Oh, hello there. Ah, I'm blurry. We'll fix it in a second. That's not what I want. I want this. Make sure that's good. And that's good. And this. Hello? Would you like to tell me you're good? There we go. Okay. I think we're okay. Let's fix the camera. Do. Cool. It's gonna fall over completely. My favorite. Unplug. Plug back in. Set you back up. There we go. One day I'll fix that. My to-do list has been mighty. There we go. All right. Meow. Let's get some jams going. So we can dig into this mess we've created for ourselves. There we go. There we go. Perfect. All right, so we need to change up the names here for the fields, right? This is a connection template. Fakey fake one. Template ID instead of UUID. Template name. Template description. Enter message. Exit message. And this... Actually, I shouldn't cut that. I should just copy it. This is exit... Oh, what do we call you? Was it exit description? It was. Okay. Perfect. Spot DC is good. Use DC is good. All right. Now, now we're good there. This. So from JSON. And we have our little constants over here. Connection template dot template ID key. Template name key. Template description key. I want to change this before I forget. Enter message. Enter message key. Exit message. If I could type. And then we're going to need to add exit description. Exit description key. And then our little DCs are good still. All right. And then let's make sure everything's happy before we move on. Okay, it seems like we're good. Here's what I'm going to do. We can do some regexe for this. So UUID, this isn't gonna match. This is gonna match both of them though. one or more spaces in front of it. Let's just use one. Should be sufficient. We could also just go with that. We're going to replace that with template ID. And then we're going to replace name, template name. Lingering cough is deeply annoying. Description. Template description. Enter message is fine. It's leave message needs to become exit message. Replace all. Okay, now we need to go fix anywhere that we have it was UUID before. Oops, we need to escape these. We need to replace you with connection template dot template ID. No. Use the right words. There we go. Name. Name key. Brilliant. Description. Template description key. Love it. Enter message. We're going to replace this one because we want to use the key. I want to leave them in the string test data because it's a canary, right? To help catch issues if I have a brain fart and try to replace them without accounting for it, right? Because this is only in the templates, this isn't actually affecting the connection data being written. We're safe to change this stuff around and make it more like the other stuff without breaking the server. In theory. Eventually we should have like contract testing type stuff, but future problems. Leave message was the old name for this. This is now exit message key. We don't have the other one yet. We'll have to go and add it. But we're going to have spot DC replaced with spot DC key. And then use DC replaced with use DC key. Just like so. Loves that. We're going to have to catch these guys here too. In parens, escaped because that's a regex character. Doot 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 doot. Like so. Use DC key. This might be the only time. Yeah, it is. Okay. I guess I could have looked at that before I bothered with regex, but it's fine. It's fine. I think these should all pass meow. They don't. Okay. Well, we'll have to go figure that out real quick. But before we do, I want to make sure. Why is your little icon not right? You said you passed. I feel like the Dart plugin for IntelliJ is a little jank. Okay. So, the exit description matches. That's good. We need to also ID name object description. Oh, we already fixed that. When did we do that? So we got description and leave message. I must have done that yesterday. ID, name, object description, which is our override. Template description. That's correct. Yeah, okay. Oh, because we didn't fix... No, we did. We need to fix this part up. This is exit description. And did I change that? I did. Okay, good. All right, so we... it's because this is... Okay. They're failing because this isn't in there, and it's not allowed to be... We don't check for a null. We could... I wonder if it's the casting. Just out of curiosity. It is. But what happens? Our result. Exit description, object, wait. Oh, this one we just fixed, you duh. Wait. Hang on, am I totally wrong? Let's put you back really quick. Stop you. I tested on the wrong one. Okay. Okay, so this one. Yeah, it's the exit description. If we take you out, it's still okay. It's because our constructor doesn't accept it. Because it won't let us write data that's empty in these fields, right? It will for this guy. He's allowed to be empty string. That's fine. Does our... Ah, that's why. So we either have to do this, or in theory, No, that wouldn't be that, sorry. This is the clone constructor. I would have to do it here. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Exit message key. Contains key, enter message key. This feels sloppy. Like, why would I have to? Oops. Why would I have to do this? Like, why wouldn't that... the unmarshaller take care of it, right? Template name key. Okay. So now we're safer about how we do all that. This... we want to also be smart when we write this. We need a UUID. We need a name. This... not that, object description is not empty. Then we do that. The rest of these need to be filled in, so we're good. We got our exit description. Okay. Let's see if we're good here or not. And we are. I don't know why this thing does that. Whoop. Let's run the tests really quick, the full set. Okay, we're good there. We do need to come back and add in our template description stuff here real quick. But... enter message, exit message. We did you for the first one. Object description, we did you for this one. Object description, template description. Exit description. Oop. Exit description key, like so. Let me just triple check here. I have object, I don't have exit description. Okay. This is going to actually look the exact same for here. Did message, but not description. Okay. You need that. This needs to become and then this needs to become that, and we'll change you like so. Object description is template description, enter exit, exit description is exit description, meow. Expect result, connection template, exit description key contains exit description. Oops. Like so. What is this? This is not. There we go. Bum 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 bum. Do do do. Do 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 do. Okay, we need to do the same thing here. Your exit description. Hello? Template description. Enter exit, exit description, perfect. Expect, we'll put you up there where you belong here in a second. Result, contains key, connection template. Oop. Actually, no, sorry. We expect result, not contains key, but the connection template, exit description key is exit description. Forgot my brace. It's in the wrong spot. There we go. Okay, so affected null actual. What have we got going on here? Exit description. Oh, we didn't fill you in. Let's fix that up right quick. One of my find and replaces has gone slightly awry. That's all right. Oop. And then this one is missing. Thought I fixed this. Interesting. Exit description. Not awake yet, apparently. Okay. The testing should all be passing meow. And it is. Okay, it's gonna be such a huge commit. Ugh. So, is there a way I can break this up a little bit? We're gonna have to spruce up the other config objects, I think, a little bit. But I think might just be okay for a hot second here. So now, and I think we already tested this, but we're going to double check our work. When I drag foo connection here, No description on it. That's going to be a problem. But is it? That's an interesting thought. Let's go ahead and just save that. And that. Not really a good description, but that's fine. So when I drag you over here from the drag handle, in a puff of food gets filled in. Okay, I think we're good. Nothing vomited. All right. I need another cup of coffee. It's going to take me a second to heat up water. I will be right back, and then we'll see if we can kind of spruce the commit up, break it up a little bit to make it more friendly for the future. But yeah, be right back. Coffee has been achieved. All right. So we've got that working. Let's see if we can break this commit up a little bit to help it stay sane. I'm afraid I can't. I can do... I'm just gonna do it. It's gonna kind of suck later if I have to go through it, but it's I don't want to step through all of these and add them or do like the partial commit thing. Yeah. It's fine. I may regret it later. We'll find out. So what we did was we make connection template field names the same as the connection field names to prevent confusion. I will fix the previous confusion where the description field was reused for template description. Change name of config object description field to be more clear. Fix other config objects broken by that. Fix broken tests. Okay. Now, we're done with you. Done with you. I believe we're going to be done with you. Yeah. Template controller, we should be done. Are we done? I think we're done. Are you cooled enough to drink? No, not at all. Still very hot. I guess it's only been a couple minutes. The humana. The humana who's it was a. Okay. Let me think here. Do we want to do... Like, if not now, then when, right? I want to go implement constants for the other config objects. Fields. Because if I don't, I'll forget about it. It's just going to be kind of a chore. Yeah. They don't have as many fields, though, so it'll suck a little bit less. Wait. You should be in the, controller. Bum. Nope. You're here. You should be in here. You would be in... Satisfacts. Template, you're right. Template bar. Connection template. Room template. Room template controller. Wait. It was in the model we did you. Yeah, that's correct. Because that describes this data object. Okay. And then you use the model. Okay. We renamed you to... No, we left you UID. Template ID key. We changed you to template ID. Let's make that same... Let's make the same change here. We need to go to our room templates here and do so. And I want to make sure yeah, this is for the room. Okay, so this is for the template. And I'll just change this one. That's fine. And then the others can keep their names because they are for the room itself. Like so. Okay, right. And then when we do this, oops, it's the wrong button. There we go. Template ID key. Did I not? I did not. Add you in. What is mud map? It's a map for a mud game. This is no, this is object descriptions. This is template description key for both. We also need room description, Room description is the source room description. Bop, 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 bum, bum, bum. So we need that. That's fine. Room verbose in there. How will it generate it? It doesn't. You build it. That's why you need an editor. This is a map with all rooms connected for development purposes, but, you know, if you had... Here, I need to fix that still, apparently. Parent offset, okay. Oh. I hadn't selected. So if you were to delete all of the connections between these things, then you can start to see how it becomes more of a map, right? So you could like enter... Hello? Thank you. I need to add a hotkey for deleting, I think. So then you're like, okay, well then I can go here and then, you know, that's a hallway, that kind of thing. Bum, 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 bum. And that is easier to work with than a data file, right? Which is why there's an editor. Okay. We need name. Object description is not description anymore. Okay, this needs to get fixed. This is now template ID. No, it's not. It is template ID key. And this is template name key. And this is template description key. And this is room description key. Room description. This is room verbose description key. Oh, I missed a comma. I thought I misspelled something. So after adding them there, will the map is the map ready? And will the tiles get arranged? No. No, this is the arrangement. You build the map tile by tile, right? This represents the game world, or this map world. Like in the rooms, again, this is a test map. So the data is mocked in, but you would say, you know, an empty echoey hallway, and then your verbose would say, you know, there's candles on the walls, or candelabras on the walls, and they're covered in cobwebs or whatever, right? More flavor. New sub here? Well, I appreciate that. The templates are so that you could build in like that room that I just made up, right? So that you know, if you want that hallway to just kind of be the general hallway, because a lot of rooms are going to be the same, you know, if there's nothing actually to see, then you need to be able to drag in a template. Oh, yeah, because I'm in the process of breaking everything. But it works for connections. Like, okay, so you want just a basic foo connection right here, right? You boop, it'll put them in there for you. It has all the details that were specified in that template. Boom, you save it, you're done. Kind of planner. I mean, not really a planner. It writes the data files that the server loads. Like it builds the map. And then if you have a map and you're like, this room is oh yeah, my rooms are broken. If you're like, this room is wrong, and it needs to say something else, you just change it here and then you apply it, and then you go back in there, that data is saved. It's not written to the file yet because I haven't put that in there, but you edit the file. This is the data underneath that the server loads, right? So it has the connection information, it has the room information, it's just JSON, but when the server loads and when this guy loads, connections they're not real, so to speak. They get added to the rooms. So you don't want to go in here and then, find that and then figure out this stuff and what was the ID for that DC and all this other stuff. We want to do it with clickies. Save yourself a bunch of headache. Okay, can you please prepare group Discord? What? I want to join you on help? I have a Discord. Nightbot should tell you about it here in a second, but this is not open source, so... In fact, I think I set up Nightbot. I guess Nightbot isn't working right now. I thought I set that up. I'll make myself a note to fix that. No, there it is. He's just slow today. Anywho... Where was I? Oh, yes. I was doing this guy. Okay, so we got our room description. We got a room description, room verbose description. That takes care of that part. We need to allow... template description to be null. If it's empty... Actually, if it's not empty, rather... then we write it. If not, we don't put it in the file. We don't want empty crap. And then these guys... I'll just do a ternary. Template. Name key. Otherwise, it's empty when we load. Contains key. Template description key. Otherwise, it's empty. Room description. Otherwise, it's empty string. Contains key. Room verbose description key. Otherwise, it's empty. Like so. Okay. We clone object in room. We load object in room. We write object in room. Okay. That fixes that. The tests are all going to be broken now. We'll fix that. Room template. We'll start with the model, I suppose. Let's schwippy swap these guys real quick. we need to go replace UUID with template ID. Thank you, Nightbot. Making up for your tardiness, I see. Okay. Only two? I guess that, yeah, that makes sense. Name gets replaced with template name. Description is going to get... No, it's going to stay the same. We need to add the template description. And verbose is going to stay the same. Okay. So that part's good. We want to replace UUID, my escapee characters here, with room template. Template ID key. Okay, perfect. Name will get swapped with... Down there, please. Name key. Description. Description key. Nope, not template though. It's room. And then verbose. I can't type today. Description. Room verbose description key. Okay. That should take care of a lot of things. Now we need to add this in. Something like that. You need to be in here above. Name and description. ID, name, and description, and then the room description. I think I want to rename description to room description to be more clear. I don't want to... Oops. I don't want to wind up in the same place where I've accidentally gone off and written some stuff that's incorrect because I've confused myself with my own names. Expect result room template template description key to be equal to template description. Perfect. We're gonna redo this to room description. And that's going to fix all of the stuff in this file. This one won't be fixed, but that's good because it's a canary that tells me, hey, dummy, you've just broken something in your file without accounting for it. Oop. And then I need to also do that. Okay. Now, I just need to make sure. Yeah, this is not correct. This needs to be room description. And then we need object description. Template description key. And these two lines are going to need to be put in place in both, or I guess all of these guys. Room description, template description. That one's fine because we just fixed him. Okay. Have I overlooked anything? You. I have forgotten to change the object we created with these. This should be template description. Thank you. And then room description should be description, which I'm going to rename right now. Code occurrences, room description. Okay. Just like so. Now, my UI is going to be broken. That's fine. I want to double check. I don't need that. Don't need that. You. Who else implements you? Oh, attribute. Shit. All right, that's fine. We're going to fix these guys up too. But we need to fix the UI first because this is no longer going to match. Well, that's completely broken because everything needs to be reloaded right now, I think. There we go. Okay. We need to go fix these fields up. These fields are no longer correct. Fix them before it becomes a disaster. So, room template form. We need to fix this guy too. We'll do that in a minute. We need to have another controller. Object description. We need to make sure we dispose you on dispose. I want to make sure we change that name so it's clear what we're doing. ID name. Template name. This is room description. We're going to need a whole nother one of these right above him for template description. That's object description. This needs to be room description now. Verbose is there. That's fine. Description may not be empty. We allow template description to be empty. If you don't want to fill it in, you shouldn't have to. The size of that field, I think that's going to be fine. We just want to have no validator on you. And then I think we're good. And then our descriptions right now, let's just fix them up while we're here. Just so that they have slightly reasonable data in them. And then that should have updated our... Perfect. Okay. Should just tab that. That's fine. Okay, so we're missing... Oh, we forgot. That's actually in the controller test. We need to fix connection template test as well. Template model test. Controller test. Okay, yeah. We do need to fix you up. All right. I'm going to open you. Not you. Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cod Night Joe. Templates, here you are. Just to make sure I get this correct. UUID gets replaced with template ID. Name. It's replaced with template name. Description gets replaced with room description. Okay. I'm also going to need up here in my fakey fake data I've missed that's fine. I'll fix it in a second. You're that. You need to be fixed up. Like so. There's that. Perfect. Meow. Meow, we need to do capture groupy things, so I don't want test data, actually. What I want to do, just in case I didn't name it all consistently, which I usually do, but let's not shoot ourselves in the foot. We want a one or more decimal number inside of a squirrely brace, not a squirrely brace, a squarey brace, followed by a squarey brace, UUID, right? Okay. That needs to get replaced with the first group, and then room, what was it? Room templates. I should rename that, but we'll fix that later. This should be template ID key. I want to make sure I get that very, very, very right. Okay, perfect. Now we do name template name key. description, because we didn't have a template description before. Template, it's room description key. Like so. And then verbose description, room verbose description key. Okay, that'll do a lot of the heavy lifting for us. The thing we need, template name key, bop, ba-da, bop, bop, object description. This needs to be changed. Ah, crap. Before I do that, hang on. We need to change result. It'll be some stringies. It'll be that because it's going to come. We'll just do that. I think it'll be okay. Then there'll be a period. Object description, comma. I want to match all of the, or capture group all of that object description. And I want to replace that with a paren. Whatever the thing was. And then room description. There you go. Let's see if I screwed that up or not. I don't think I did. I think it did it right. Excellent. Loves that for me. Okay, so these should all pass unless I've overlooked something, which I may well have. Never mind. That's right. They won't fail, or they won't pass, because we haven't filled in some of the data. Room description key. Because these guys are now room description. Oops. These last ones we can just take care of right quick. Okay, now we just need to go in and add the test for the object description. And then this is template description key. This one is going to be this. And then this will be the first index. Bum, 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 bum. And then template name. This won't be similar enough. That'll be description key. And this will be the same, but for the next index. Like so. You... we'll need to do that. Do that. And then... object. Oh wait, this is room. I copied the wrong one. Or I put it in the wrong place, rather. There. Same deal here. You are starting. We just want to make sure that the data gets updated correctly. And then you get a room description check. And then you get a room description check. All right. Now, I suspect we should be good here. And we'll go through and make double sure that I got everybody. Nope, we missed one. Missed something. Did I... Items is that update item. That should be correct. Room description. Room description. Copy pasted. That's why. This one is the test template. So this one it shouldn't be changed. So what this test does is make sure that we don't mangle data in the list. Okay, there we go. So room description, object description, room description, object description, room description, object, room object, room object, room object, room object. Perfect. Object, room, template, room, object, room, template, room. Index is correct. Template description, room description, template description, room description. Object template, room. You're missing your object. Correct index. Did I? Yeah, I did. I messed up. There we go. Okay. We should be good. Meow. Cool. All right. Room template form, room template model, room templates, template controller, template model test. That looks good. Room templates, field naming and logic. Fix tests. Add the new description field in the UI. New template description. Okay. Do we do our chores? We probably should do our chores. We need to go start consuming this so that rooms can become folded like this and then draggable. But we also need to go and update and make sure everybody is using the constant method in the other things that implement config object. Like in skills. But I don't think... So I can't just change these willy-nilly, the names, because these load directly from the server files. We don't have a test map, quote unquote, for these guys, and they're not a template that's only for the editor. But these don't have a template, so this description is fine. So we just need to use strings, because it's going to make our life easier in the future. There we go. Let's see here. I could actually get away with making these names less verbose, because it's gonna be addressed by skill dot name key ID key. Description key, help text. Oop. Flip to snake case there for Java stuff, or for JSON stuff. Help text. And was looking down there. I did it again. This is attribute ID key. That should be all of these guys. Name key. Description key, help text key, all of you, it's attribute ID. Perfect. This ID key, name key. Get these magic strings out of here. Description key, help text key, base, attribute ID key. Okay. Ideally, we would use these in the tests immediately, so let's go ahead and do that real quick. And because we're not adding or removing fields, object controller base, that. I don't need these guys right now. Just kind of trim down what I got open here. We don't have to change anything here because we're not changing the names of anything. We just need to change, oops, these guys. So we need to regex up if you braces UUID close braces, you need to become skill dot ID key with braces around you, like so. Name, actually, hang on. Because we're not changing things, should be able to get away with name key. Oops, are you gonna, yes. Description. Oop. Description key. Oop. There we go. And then help text. Help text key. Help text key. And then base attribute ID becomes attribute ID key. And that should fix all of the broken in the testy tests. Let's make sure we run a full set of tests. Everybody passes, that's good. Okay, so we're good then to commit this, update skill fig object to use static key strings instead of magic strings. Log so. You see what that was real quick. Make sure there's no craziness going on. Ah, gotcha. All right. The other thing that uses you. Room template we did. Attribute and status effect should be the only ones left that need this treatment. That's done. We'll leave that open because we'll need to get back to you in a minute. Okay. This one is the same deal. We just need to replace the magic strings. We don't need to change anything. Description key is just description. And then help text key. Help text. There we go. ID, name, description, help text. There we go. Replace y'all with ID key. You name key. You description key. Right? Yes. And then help text key. Perfect. Tests for the attribute system here. Hello, there we go. We're going to do the same thing here. Not those. We're going to leave those as a canary. You, wherever you used to say UUID inside of some brackets. Now, attribute ID key. Perfect. Oop. Before I do that, I'm going to replace the same over here. Name becomes name key. You same. Over here, I should remember to close that. It'll make it easier. Description. Like so. Description, yeah, that's correct. Description key. Last one. Help text. Help text key. Place all. Place all. Not you. Testing should all come back clean. We just changed the way things are, not for the way things they're referenced. There we go. Okay. Status. Only those three. Perfect. Eliminate magic strings in attribute model. Last, I think last one. You closed, you closed, you closed. Attribute done. Skill is done. Status effect is done. Needs to be done. And you have some more fields. That's okay. We're not, again, not modifying anything. We're just changing the way we grab them to eliminate the magic strings. So this should be still relatively painless. ID key, UUID. that. Name key is name, right? Yes? Yes. Description key is description. With self key should just be stacks underscore with, I forgot, help text key, help text, stacks with other key. Let's go spell it correctly just for the fun of it. There we go. You should actually be up above here just to keep things in order so it's easier to read later. Property ID key, property to modify ID, modifier key, I think it's just modifier. It is. Duration key is duration. Tick time key is tick time? Question mark? Exclamation point. Damage per tick is exactly what I think, and so is logout. Damage per tick key per tick, and logout key. The nice thing is, if we have screwed the pooch on this, our test will help us because we're not changing this. This should match our config file, and it's our canary. So, don't paste there, please. Meow. We just need to go. Replace. No braces. No brackies. UUID first. With ID key. Oop. How am I gonna fix this? I'm going to say that's why I wasn't doing this before. I can just manually exclude that. That'll work, I guess. Name key, exclude the first one, replace all. Description key, include the first, replace all. Oop. Help text key, exclude the first, replace all the others. Stacks with other. Stacks with other key, exclude the first. Self property to modify ID, property ID key, exclude the first, replace the others. Modifier was modifier key, right? It is. Duration key, exclude, replace. Tick time key, exclude, replace. Damage per tick. Damage per tick key, exclude, replace. Blocks. Log out, last one. Blocks. Log out key. Exclude, replace. Okay. Done in that one. Now we just go fix the testy tests. These will be less obnoxious. A little bit. So we got braces, UUID, close braces, forgot my close comma, or quote rather. You become status effect ID key. Make sure I put my braces back. All right. We do the same over here. Name key. Name key. Description key. Help text. Help text key. Right? Yes. Stacks with other. Stacks with other key. Stacks with self. Stacks with self key. I should have double checked the other files. Well, that's okay. We'll do this one and then we can modifier. We can circle back if we have to. It just occurred to me that there could be these guys in parens for like the JSON includes stuff. Modifier key. Always the danger of doing this in a sort of automated way. It wouldn't break anything. It just, we should be using our stuff so that it all gets tested, right? Blocks. Logout. Blocks. Logout key. Like so. Okay. Nope, I shouldn't have closed that. Where are you? Reopen close tab. Because I need to check you. Good luck. Well, thanks. You too. So only 2 of those. Perfect. 2 of those. Okay. Help text. I guess I could probably also just do only two, bunch of these. Okay. So we do need to... Did I just miss you? I think I did. So. You get replaced with... property ID key. Yep, just forgot you. Okay, good. Glad we caught it. Okay, now this should only be... There's 3. Ah, because you were a contains key. That's okay. We'll go fix you up real quick. You are... property ID key. Alright. You... Ooh. Ah. Because... There is 3 of you. 1, 2... Also a contains key. Modifier key goes in there. Duration. Duration key. While we're here, I can see you. Tick time key. As a fact, damage per tick key. Only 2 of you. Only 2 of you. Only 2 of you. Okay, perfect. Go make sure. And because these are all intended to be that way, that's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 is our number of acceptableness. 6 of you. 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 7 of you. Here we go. Modifier key. This is property ID key. Duration key. Tick time key. Damage per tick key. Okay. So now there's only 6. 6. 6. All right. Everything should pass still. Perfect. Okay. Get status. Only 3. Move status effect keys to constants. Let's go double check our work really quick, and then we'll move on. Skill. Only 3 of you. Only 3 of you. 3 of you. 3 of you. 3 of you. Okay. We're good there. One, 2, 3, 4. That's good. So 4 is our number. We got 5. Okay, 5 is our number. It's because the one we test for loading a no UUID one. 5, 5, 5. Okay, we're good on skills. Skill controller, I guess I should say. Wait, did I skill? Ugh. We checked the model. 3. No, we checked both. Yeah, okay. Brain fart. It's the danger of the dull, repetitive work, right? Easy to make mistakes in it. Attributes we also did. Just meow. So we'll make sure that you have the correct number. And I guess 2 is our number. It's probably 3. 3. 3. 3. Perfect. Check the controller really quick. Two, 3, 4. 4. 4. 4. Okay, so we're good. There was only one where we had edgy cases. Unless, well, actually, let's do double check the room and connection stuff, just to be sure. While we're doing our due diligence here. Fan, please. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. Perfect. Controller test. Model. 2. Probably 3 is the number then. 3. 3. 3. 3. Okay. And then the connection template. These I went slower on, so I'm more confident that I've got everything, but let's just make sure. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. Model test. 1, 2, 3. So 4 is probably the number. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 3. Oh yeah, because we do check with nulls on these two. 3. Okay, yeah, we're good. Beautiful. Life is grand. We've got that all squared away now. Rooms. I want to double check to make sure that I've captured this bug that I hit earlier. Clicking to let a room doesn't actually exist in the map. We'll throw an error, handle that better. Yes, okay. I've captured that bug. We'll get there. Okay. Ruby rooms. We have fixed up the fields, which is what started off that side quest. They need to go into droppy downies, like the connections, so that this is more manageable. Do I love that they grow like that? It's fine. So we don't need you. We don't need you. We don't need you. We don't need you. We're done with that stuff. We need to rename these guys a little bit. This is the list view. This is the view. Just in case for later, if I have to come back and review, it'll be easier to read. Okay. We have the description, template and room. We've got all of those things. They need to come into not model. View, thank you. I want to make sure we use the same things. This should be stateful. Yes, it is. Okay. So actually we need to do that first. Get that in so that here, we need to wrap everything in a container. Same way we did over there. And then the child in here, if it's expanded, insert symmetric. We used vertical of 10. That should be the same over here, because we're going to take the padding out of this one. And our padding used to be different. That's fine, I guess. Now let's go fix up. You need another... Not there. Inside of... No. At the end. I'm going to figure that out. Hang on. You need to lose one. No, you need to gain one. You need to lose one. There we go. Almost. Why are you... Padding went around. Went under the container. Should be around the whole thing. Oh, duh. Because we need our other OR case in there. So, there's our placeholder for when they're collapsed. The other thing we had to do was, I think it was in our list view over here. I want to make sure my memory is correct. We took the form data container out. Yeah, you're just directly, well, you're a padding now. Because we do need some padding here for the vertical to keep you from being wonky. Actually, now I'm double thinking here. Is that true? Yes, because it's between the list items. Because there's no spacing for a list view for some reason. Symmetric, and we did 10 over there, so we'll do the same here. They should look pretty much the same, all things considered. But we're moving the border bits inside here eventually, because we don't want the border around this guy, nor do we want it around this. We want it around the form body here, right? So we're going to kind of just lean on our past work here, because we did good work, and kind of port our changes over pretty much one for one. What we did here, inside of the form, inside of the child, inside of the form, inside of the child, there's a column, same, alignment start, that's correct. Right here is where we did the second container. With a column child. We're going to delete that though. And then this will end after template description. We're going to need that. We're going to need that. We're going to need that, I believe. Because you need a list of child widgets like that. Perfect. I should really swap over really quick. Color, theme of context, color scheme, primary container is what we used. And I'm going to swap over, which I know is annoying. It annoys me too. I don't need an alignment here. I just need the color. I did need a padding on this because we removed it. Symmetric. We did 10 and 10. So we'll stick with that until we need to change it. But I need to get this to... Actually, hang on. I'm just going to do this. We'll do the other guy in a minute. Okay. So that we can actually see what we're doing and look at it at the normal size. Okay, so we don't have the side padding in yet. You should have horizontal. Widgets, it's symmetric, vertical, horizontal. Oh, you're hiding in the scroll bar. We'll leave it for now. We might change that a little bit later. Yeah, that pretty much eats that too. Okay. We don't care about the ID of the template. It's not something that matters to us. We're going to take it out. So we just got template name, meow. Perfect. All right. Next. So we had to put you in rows. No, we had to add a row. Okay, yeah. We had to add a row for the controls. Spacing 10, we'll leave main axis alignment, end. Children, list of widgets, comment in there. We had an icon button for expand. That's cool. We're going to keep on keeping on with that. I'm going to put my icon first. Expand less. On pressed. Set state. Expanded. Is the opposite of what it was. Okay, perfect. And then we had the draggable. Ooh, caps lock. But for now, we put you into an icon button, right? Yeah, just for the ease of having the highlight work done for us. We're going to mock you in real quick. Drag indicator on pressed is an empty function. We'll add our draggable in here in a minute. Okie dokie then. So we got our name. That's all good. Our modified stuff is all good. Name field, template description. That's allowed to be blank. I think we're rocking and rolling as far as the top part goes now. We got our little highlighties. That's cool. I guess we could put text up here. I just feels kind of like it might be cluttered, but it does look kind of empty too. We're gonna leave it for now. We want to think about it later. All right. Now we need to have the collapsed form of this guy at the bottom. And so we're going to swap this back to the true starting value, which should be false. And then down here, we're actually just going to... Actually, hang on. I think I had to... Something else I had to do. Your top container. Stack, yes, 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 yes. We put you in a stack so we could get a nice little banner for the... for the changes, for the modified stuff. So, you need to go around all of us. All of us? Back to you. Container, stack. Got a padding. Yeah, we still have a column inside of here. Why do we still have a column inside of here? We have a container inside of here. Why are you not just... There's probably a reason. We'll get there. We are going to... So at the close of the form, it'll be before that. I think it'll be here? No. It must be one more up. No, I gotta figure it out. Where you go. You go inside of this close, which doesn't include my unsaved changes and stuff over here. How did I lay you out? Column, inside of which there's a stack. Which is the whole thing. because you need to go around the buttons. Yes, that is correct. That's accurate. So my stack needs to end. Why do you think you're ending here? That's not where you should be ending. Are you left over from something else? This all goes inside. So just inside of there. Where's this other thing that is getting... There's a column in here somewhere. That's the form. There. All right, we'll have to sort that out here in a second to figure out why there's so many levels. But for now, we have you. And then we had to put this... I remember now. So inside of here, we needed a container. Which meant that we needed a column inside of here, because containers can only have one child, right? So after our list of fields is all done, we close you like so. Now, get out of my way really quick, because here we needed to pad. We did only because we needed something on the top that was different. We needed left and right and bottom. And then we also did a decoration, box decoration, with a border, left, border side, color. We used primary light. We're going to keep doing that. Right, border side, same, and then bottom, so that it doesn't cover up or look weird around the purple top. All of that should get us closer still, and we're getting there. This padding still might have to go a little bit more in. We'll see. Like there's more of a gap, I feel like. Oh yeah. I jumped the gun on this one. Yeah, I guess it pretty much fills that. I want to give it a little bit of room to breathe, I think, but we'll do that here in a minute. Okay. Could I make this all a widget and not duplicate it? Maybe. It could contain these fellas. That wouldn't get us a whole lot, though. It could contain this, because this stays the same, except for then I have to give that the variable do a callback. The draggable has to be passed in anyway then. And then a list of fields. And then another list of fields. They need controllers. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Well, I guess those could live outside of it. Maybe it is worthwhile. Because I'm doing a lot of duplicate work here. Let's experiment with it. Let's put a widget in here for a template tile. We need to import that. You should be stateless in theory. Okay, so this needs to encompass all of, if we do this, needs to encompass all of the expanded part. And if we're going to do that, we might actually call you an expanded template tile. Interesting idea. Okay. So you need to hold this guy, basically. We need you to have your children in you. We can't put the form in, though. Crap. Okay, so nix this part. We'll start at the column here. That's everybody, right? No, it's not. I don't want to mess with having the form inside of a widget. That gets annoyingly complicated. Because the buttons live inside of this widget too. Although I guess they don't have to. I could pass them in. I mean, would that be the end of the world? Oop. The key would then become a thing we need. put the column in here. We line to the start still. We need to have our children here. One of which is this container, right? Which is another column. And then this all stays the same. We need... Let's call you on expand tap. We don't need all of these guys though, because... Oops. I need to have the row though. Like that. And then the on pressed becomes on expand tab. Then we need we can do that. If you're not null, then put you in there. And then I guess you could be nullable. We'll call you template header. Put that in. And that goes outside of the row. And we do expanded template header. I can't do that. I can do if it's not null and it's not empty. No comma. So that it expands it if we give it one. Okay. And then outside of our container, we can do a column. Still inside of the form though. This gets the cross-axis alignment on it as well. And then you all become my form fields, right? And that takes us to the end of the container. Wait, we didn't do... We don't want to do that in here because the stack has stuff that's conditional. We could just do... a form body stack? If you're not null and not empty... Oh, because you're not a list, right. We put you in there. Would sort of depend on... I think this could go outside of the stack. What if we flip that? Is that acceptable? We get column closed, stack closed. Except for... That's not true. Those have to go away. Because our stack doesn't close until down here. So we get rid of one of those and one of those. No. Widget container. Stack. Then that. There we go. Would that be the same visually? I think so. That seems fine to me. Let's... I don't want to actually change this file in this commit, but we're going to end up using this, so that would be fine. So outside of our column, I don't even need a column here though, do I? Because we need the column to go inside of there for these guys. But we can put this around it. And then we can ditch this. Form body stack. I need to get rid of... Got my widgets all jumbled up now. Column. Close the container. close the column, children array, close the column, close the form, and then close the outer column. There we go. And then close the padding. Okay. And then that puts all of my buttons inside of this, so they get to control themselves. In theory, just making this a stateless stylistic widget. Okay. I'm going to roll these out because we don't want them to be in here, right? Meow. We wanted to have a little play. So now you are no longer changed. And we consume you in here. So instead of this, we're going to replace this with expanded template tile. Right? Yeah, I know. You're going to be broken. That's fine. This is the form key that we have on expand tap is just a func that is set state expanded flip expanded. Okay. The draggable, right, meow, is just this guy. The template header list of widgets is going to be these guys right here. Text form field, sidebar form field, right there. Like so. That gets, oops. That didn't collapse all of them. That gets closed. Nope, not you. Form body. Did I not? That's too many. Too many closes. Form body stack becomes this stack right here. All of that gets deleted. And then we have a whole bunch of stuff that has to go away. Like that. How do we feel about that? Pretty good. This isn't right. Because, oh. I want to do a complete rebuild just to be sure. It should have gone away from the outside if it was... Oh, that's not on main, is it? Here we go. Okay, why do you have a double then? Because you have the outer one still. Oh, because we didn't take it out of here, that's why. So I don't need this anymore. It can just be a stack with a column inside for that. For the column. and then the droppy downy fella. I don't know, it looks decent to me, fellas. Ladies and germs. Okay. We need to get rid of... this. It's going to get replaced. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. And it's going to get replaced with basically the same thing we did here. So I'm just going to steal it. Use DC. More fields. It goes up above. Right? Yes. Oh, nope. Wrong one. It's you. Why are you below? Because you get stacked on top. Right. So this goes at the very end after my icons, which makes sense. Action button small. It goes outside of the stack. One more up. No, sorry, it goes inside the stack, but at the very end of the stack. There. That should now show up. This needs to get scoochied down a little bit, though. Why are you so low? We have, I bet we have like a double padding somewhere. No, that's fairly close. The same size. You just fit nicer. Why? Why you do this? You do this. Over here you live outside of the column. Outside of the container. Over here, though, there's no container, because it's in here. And then there's the column. And then you. It's because this now contains my top padding. So we'd have to do that. And then it appears right there, no longer in a big old gap between it, right? But we don't want to hide that description. So we need to pad down. Is that a side effect of moving you out of there? It is. That's okay. We can still make that work. We just have to do a padding for you if we want to do that. And then outside of our column here, why would you be doing that? You don't close there, though. Oh, yeah, you do. Never mind. I'm dumb. And then you live up there where you belong. I'm okay with that. Because it is part of our stack, right? That behavior. That's fine. Okay. Now we need to do the collapsed version. That's a big gap at the bottom. Why is it a big gap at the bottom? We did only on the top. Left, right, bottom. Vertical horizontal, because you... That's that guy. That shouldn't be it. Do I still have... Because I still have you. And you... got chucked, right? Around the row. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this goes away. Could be wrong, though. Guess we'll find out, huh? Yes. Because that was part of our spacing for that guy. And all of that goes away. For the old unsafe changes notifier here. Because we didn't want a wiggly UI. Don't like wiggly UIs. Okay. So... that is going to be those. Is there an argument to be made for trying to widgetize? I think there is. The collapse tile, too. Because it also takes a draggable, but has these guys, and then just a callback for the expanded stuff. Yeah, okay. I'm going to make some more coffee really quick and use the restroom. So it'll take me a minute to get the water heated up. But yeah, and then we'll widgetize the collapsed. We'll do the room. We'll finish him up, getting the widgets in order. We'll do a quick side quest to convert connection template over so it also shares that widget. And then we'll do the draggable stuff. All right, be right back. Okay. Back in action. So, let's get this widget sorted out. We need... You're also going to live in template bar. We need you to be collapsed. Template tile. Import package, flutter material, class, collapse template tile, extends, stateless widget, collapsed template tile, super key, override build, turn a placeholder for meow. Oops, wrong character there. Okay, and then this should stay collapsed template tile. This should stay exactly as it was. Get that out of here. So make sure I just toggle away a second to let it rebuild. If I collapse you, you're back to a placeholder. Perfect. All right. What is the anatomy of a collapsed template tile? You have a padding. Horizontal padding. That makes sense. Horizontal. Oops. That's supposed to be symmetric. Horizontal. The padding is 10. Child. Floating action button. We'll get to you. Calm down. Right, because we needed to give it a little bit of room to breathe inside of there. Symmetric, horizontal 5. We do need an on-pressed eventually. And you're going to have a row inside of you. Wait, no, child is a padding. Do I have 2 paddings here? I do. Oh, okay. That makes a degree of sense. It's like I didn't remember floating action buttons having padding. This is the row heretofore empty. Eventually needs things. There we go. Okay. And then our on-pressed is the thing we need. We can call you on-pressed. That's fine with me. On-pressed. Okay, inside of our row, we have a spacing of 10, and then a main axis alignment. Space between some children. The name or the what do I want to do here? Yeah, let's just do a text widget. I think that is the correct syntax. Let's just call you title. I can't do that. How do they do... I think it's just a widget. Well, no. We don't want to do that. I want you to be a string. Because I want to put the overflow stuff all inside of this widget. So it's just dirt simple, right? So basically, this whole block goes in to this row. This becomes title. Title is going to be required. This description is optional. Okay. And I'm going to say, actually, it's not nullable. It's just got a default of empty string. That'll make it easier to deal with here. So if you're not empty, then my text is description, and we have this other widget. Okay. Now, is this all still within the row? It's all still within the row. Because these guys live in rows for the sake of expanded to let them know what they ought to be doing. So inside of here, then I have my expand more icon. And then I need to drag a ball. And that can be null. So add it if it exists. And then my on pressed in my button is on pressed. And I think that's all. Okay. So for you, title is template, widget template, name. There you are. Gosh. Description is template object description. And that should be null if it's or empty if it's null, if it's empty. Not null. Right? Template. Yeah, it's empty if it's not given. Okay. Good there. The draggable is going to be the same placeholder we used up here for now. We need to add it one thing at a time. It'll just be an icon button for meow. Oop. Fat finger. And then our on pressed for this guy will be set state expanded is the opposite of expanded. Okay. So now, boop, boop, we get all of that goodness. Except for this is not goodness. Why are you not... Did I miss a column? Probably missed a column. Row, space between, column, right there. That goes inside of the row directly, right? Children is an expanded... padding. Edge sets, floating action button, child of padding, row, all of that. Oh yeah, because we have to expand you to fill the space. And then you get an additional? Why do you have two paddings? Horizontal 10 on both of you? We line you in the center. All right. And then down here after... I think it's right here. I'm wrong. Column. This is actually the closer for this row here. That's the closer for roll. That's the closer, or row rather. That's the closer for expanded. It'll be here. Nope. Okay, that closes expanded for the column. That closes the row. There we go. So I've got a row. Expanded inside of that is a column that holds everything so that they stack. Because that's the half. That's this. And we expand that so that this takes up whatever's left. Then there are two expanded rows. If you're not empty, put it in another row. There's my mistake, I think. I think this goes outside, yeah. So we close this column before. Hang on. this goes there. And then I close the padding and the expanded. And then we have the icon. And then we have the draggable. And I've got too many by 2. There we go. Now, am I correct in my displaying? There we go. We need to not default you to expanded now, since we have our bits and pieces in place. Let's just do a nice, clean rebuild here. Make sure everything is Gucci. So we've got that. We've got our mouse over. We've got our bits and pieces. We've got our unsafe changes warning. We can collapse and expand. You don't drag yet. You're on the to-do list. Okay, there we go. That is excellent. Okay. So we extract a widget for collapsed and expanded templates. Use that widget in the room template tiles. And now, before we do the draggable stuff, we need to go ahead and convert you to use the much simpler, much nicer widgetized version here. So right after our container here, this is going to become an expanded template tile. Form key is form key. On did that wrong. I also need to import you, please. On expand tap, need a function in there. Set state expanded is the inverse, like so. That's that. Draggable. Here we have you already. We pull you up. Like so. And then we have our form field. Or our template header, rather. Which is everything in here. Draggable template header, just like so. And then outside of that, form body stack is our stack in here. Stack. We take this out and only have a padding. Is that we don't have this decoration. We do have the child column. We spell it correctly, it'll work better. But you only get the top 30 in here. This all, the whole stacky stack gets pulled up into there. And then all of this, all the way to there, goes away. And then, if we've done everything correctly, we still have our lovely little form. Perfect. Looks pretty good to me. Love it. Now, our collapsed bit gets replaced with a collapsed template tile. title is widget template name. That's going to replace that. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Because there's going to be the container around it. The description, widget template object description, you'll be empty if you weren't filled in. And then just on pressed. No, I need draggable as well. Draggable we do have over here. That'll be you. Ba 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 ba. And then the on pressed little set state func expanded is flipped. Okay, that'll take care of all of that. A little bit less hairy. Okay, and everything looking pretty good to me. And our draggable worked. And our draggable worked. I love it. Okay. Okay. We only changed one thing. Convert connection tile form to use new widgets. Okay. Rockin' and rollin'. Draggables. For rooms. We're done with these guys for just a second. We're going to borrow basically the same draggable here. Except for you're not a connection template. You're a room template. This needs to get extracted if we're going to use it. Or I could just copy it. In this case, I think I'm just going to copy it because it's the only thing that's going to come out of there. These are our only draggables. There's no reason to create a dependence on a third file. We need this. Let's pull you down just so you don't get lost in the shuffle there. We need you to come over here as well. We're going to use the same icon size to start with. And if we need to make it bigger or smaller, we can. That's fine. We're going to bring you over. That's fine. That's going to go ahead and do most of our stuff. Room template, hit test behavior opaque, custom drag anchor strategy, template. We called you template still, right? Yes. Okay. That should be all we need to make you draggable. We want to do a different icon, though, for the map. The room, or connections, rather, have that little guy. We could use the same one. But let's see if we can find anything a little bit better. Where are you? Here you are. Ye old material icons. Map stuff. Tell me about map stuff. Oh, my internet is currently not happy. Become happy. There we go. We could do like this guy. He's more addy than copy-y. I don't hate it though. Room preferences. Could do that. It's not really a home though. It's a room. Could do that. I know, I kind of like that. Let's go with that. Go walking around behind in the backyard. You. Icon. Not content paste anymore. Add location alt. How do we like that? It's all right. Do I still like this? Maybe. It's decent. I need to also remember to add negative feedback there saying you can't drop that here. Rooms don't go on connections. Yeah, let's go with that for now. It's fine. And then basically the same draggable here. Gets to go in the same place up here. So that we can draggy from this as well. Okay, perfect. I want to make sure that I capture. Pull this up here for a second. Just do you over here. Editor. Negative feedback when dropping a room on a connection tile, connection tile, vice versa. Things that we need to add. I want to do warning when overwriting existing data with drag drop. What else do I need that I just thought of? delete confirmation, pop up, room/connection. I think we have that for templates already. Yeah. Let's see, what else do I need to capture before I forget? I think that's it for now. I'm sure I'll think of something else along the way. But for right this second, that be all we need. Okay. Pull you back down here so that I have you later. Because we need to do the basic drag and drop functionality first. We've done the drag. To room templates. Now we need to do the drop. And that will be over here in map. So we had to do an implementation on all of these guys for accepting draggables, but room tiles only have one form, one shape, one object that is valid. So, because we create you on the fly if you're null, so I think we're good. I need that. I think we're good to just do the same basic steps here. So we wrapped our mouse region in the drag target here. I see no reason not to do the same here. We what am I missing? I'm missing a one of those. This needs to be room template type. We do need to import them. We do need to bring our valid drag bool over. We're already stateful, so we're good there. And we need to pull over accept draggable. This is all going to look very, very similar, but not quite exactly the same. This becomes a room template, room data. I don't need this loop. This needs to be selected tile. Why are you? Oh, because, right. Because you could be as room tile. Except oh yeah, because we set select tile to us. So our so if you're not going to be room tile, room data. We don't change location. We change description. room description. Right. Do I want to... Can I do that? No, I can't. I need to do the cast every time. That's deeply annoying. But without some sort of other way to hold both, and we use selected tile on connections for the sake of... For the sake of what? For reselecting, for sure. Yeah, this is probably the least ugly, even though it's pretty dang ugly. Verbose description. Fortunately, rooms are much simpler, and we don't allow you to put connections inside of a room template. So it's really just those two. So it's okay. And then there are set unsaved tile changes. I think. And then for valid drag, we did like a highlighting over here, right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We put you inside of the mouse region. We can do that. We already have a container inside of here. Wait. We already have a box decoration too. So hovered. We do null because you don't have a background color. You're a room. You look different. That's fine. Border is what we did. Wait, no. We already have that too. Gone and confused myself. Oh, it was for the cursor. That's right. We can do that. Otherwise, defer. It's a subtle thing. I don't know if anybody even noticed it. But it's good to have a little bit of feedback, I suppose. I could do... I don't want it to overwrite connection, so that's actually fine. I wonder if I could do... in my drag target on will accept this. That's a room template. It's not. Can I change the color of this icon when or change the icon in general? Flutter change drag feedback for valid drag. Or would that be a massive pain in my butt? Stream builder in a stream, that's overkill. I guess it doesn't support that. I could do something in map state. I don't really want to do that, I don't think, though. Seems kind of like a pain in the butt. Like, I don't think I need to wire up a stream just for that. Yeah, we're going to leave it as is for right now. And just let it have a cursor feedback. We could do let's just, before we do, is there a won't accept? Ah. No is the answer. And if I did something if I defaulted the mouse region cursor to something else, then it would it would be there always. So like if I did over at system mouse cursors. Let's see. Forbidden. If I was to do something like that, then it would always be there, right? But there's no way for me to... Oh. Hang on. Put that in there. Call to determine whether this widget is interested in receiving a given piece of data dragged over this drag target. By either on accept and on accept with details if dropped or on leave. Must not be provided if on will accept is provided. Can I do... If I take the type off of here... I would have to cast you, right? Right. I'd have to cast you, but then I could say... this, right? I don't even need that else. That's fine. I could do this, right? Connections. It's not. We could also do just that. I don't need you anymore right now, thank you. Nothing printing. Doesn't seem to react at all if I do that. Let's put that back. On will accept with details, unaccept. There's nothing to deal with an invalid? That seems awkward. Call when a piece of data enters the target. I think this just doesn't get called if it's not the right type. Check the docs here. Flutter, drag target, bad drag type. Let's see here. Drop a long press drag where they choose. Dropping has no effect unless it's dropped out. Okay, yeah. I can either accept or reject. Must match the type. Type's not compatible, then the onAcceptedDetails method isn't invoked. And there's no, like, just on drop. There's on accept and on will accept. On accept is not even, it's deprecated, so it shouldn't even be used. Huh. There's no way to, no easy way to say whether or not it, or say if it won't accept. Huh. Okay. It is what it is, right? It would be nice to throw up a little no. Feels kind of like half finished. There's that at least that works. Is there... Yeah, there's no other... There's just that. I guess we can go with that. It's not... It's fine. It's not bad, you know? Just seems half finished. Dragable on will not accept. I would have to make both of these generic, I think, is what the answer is. Just for the heck of it. I'm just curious now. Details is room template invalid. And then in the room template over here, my draggable, if you're generic, then am I able to do this? Oh, invalid is coming up. Okay. Okay, so that's the answer. I need to do that if I want to do this. So we could do this, right? So you, otherwise, and then in here, I can null it for a three-dimensional bool, more or less, right? So this... I guess I would have to do... If you're null... Oops. Then I do that. Otherwise, valid drag. If it is, You can't be null. I just checked you. Mouse cursor's copy. Otherwise forbidden. Except for you need to be null to start with. Let's make sure we rebuild. Okay, so no feedback. If I drag a room over, oh, that's it, forbidden. Did I flippy floppy my logic here? Valid drag is true if it's a room template. Return true. Otherwise, valid drag is false. Return false. I don't think that's it, but okay. So invalid. Oh wait, no, that's backwards. This is a room template. And my details is a drag target details. Data. Maybe I've overlooked something here. Okay, so good. That doesn't fire correctly though. Ah, it's because you have a type, so you don't even get fired ever. I would need to do you your drag target down here, your draggable rather down here is that. Still doesn't give me true, false. On leave, you're null. If you're null, defer. Otherwise, if you're valid, it's copy. Otherwise, you're forbidden. Valid. Not forbidden. Do I need to do that? Valid. Not forbidden. Huh. Okay. Let me put the types back on here. That goes back to where it was. That goes back. This all goes back. I would need to yeah. Room template. That makes this unrequired. Ugh, everything broken. Hang on. Hang on. Rebuild that, please. All right. You are working a fun little detour into thoughts and things aside. Okay. I'm curious. It just seems like this doesn't fire at all. No drag being fired. Drag being fired, yeah. It just doesn't fire at all when there's types. Huh. Anywho, we need to add the drag target now to the oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. I was changing the wrong one. Ugh. Ugh. This one still had the type. But it was working. For the correct case. It wasn't working for the incorrect one. Because it's a type. Which makes me think that I could get away with just not typing you. I don't know. I really want not negative feedback. It seems like a good experience for the user, right? So, still valid. Oh, I've is that old or new? Hang on. App editor. That was old. Okay, so drag fires correctly. This is drag target details. So we can do that. We get drag in the console. You're not. Rank sure. Drag. No bad. Okay. Yeah. What if I did that? You sure don't like that, do you? It's weird that it's like this doesn't even fire there. Even though I've taken the type off of you. curious. I'm just curious now. Nothing. Room template. Yeah, it just doesn't fire. Huh. Pretty confusing to consume. That goes away, that goes away. You get your type back. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Be that way. Maybe we'll revisit it later. I don't want to get too bogged down in it. I want to check my status. Only room tile has been changed. Good. Make room tile accept template drag. All right. So now we need to do the form over here and then the feedbacks for the other stuff, right? So, my camera has gone blurry. Ugh. Why? Why you do this to me? It's just been a pain today. Okay. But that is 4 hours of work, so I'm going to leave it here and go have some lunch. So thank you to those of you who came to hang out with me. It was good to meet you, and those of you who's dropped into the chat. Super appreciate that. If you like this kind of thing, I do it for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday, so tomorrow. So come on back tomorrow at about 10 a.m. Central Time. I'll be here doing it again, and I'd love to see you again. And if not, you guys have yourselves a great week anyway, and I will catch you some other time.